Mr. Parlock. I appreciate the follow. I'll get your 5 push-ups done real quick before we get this started. How you doing today? Ugh. How you doing today? We're 40 seconds away from getting this underway. Should be a ton of fun. We got a pretty good lobby going for us today. We got Wuju 2, Gooners, Mighty Gods, Train to Go, Sakura Zensen, Dots, Yahoo, Run It Down, Supernova, Pest Control, Duel, Team Razav, Collector, Team Skyline, Toto, Bibbo, and 4 dogs. You do push-ups for a Bugatti? Nice. Alright, here we go. Loading onto the plane. We are getting underway. Let's swap over to the correct view. Here we go. Let's get this turned up a bit, huh? Right about there is where we'd normally have it, so let's see how it works out. Wuju 2 gonna be hitting the ground. They did get first place overall in the round of 32. Meanwhile, Sakura Zensen took first place overall in the round of 64. So we'll have to see if one of those teams is going to try and take first overall after these 12 matches, or if we're going to have a completely new team that's going to take over the top spot. I'm really excited to see how Shane Doe and the rest of Dots can do. Gooners should be fun to watch, and obviously Sakura Zensen and Wuju 2 being the 2 top teams of the previous rounds. I'm really looking forward to those 4 teams especially. But seeing what Duel can do is going to be fun. As well as Pest Control. They played pretty decently both of their rounds. Yahoo is going to be fun. Then it's going to be what are the rest of the teams going to deliver? Are we going to see any standout players from some teams that we haven't really seen here before? Or is it going to be just the expected players that end up dominating? Wuju 2 in the round of 64 overall only got 12th place. So they weren't even top 10 in the round of 64, but they were in the round of 16 because they took the first spot. Duel, Wooly, K-Mind, IQ, and Lobes. I'm curious to see what IQ is going to run. As it looks like Janlo goes down. First kill that we are witnessing from Mr. T for the Mighty Gods. Duel should be a fun one to watch, especially IQ. I want to see what guns he runs. He's been running Mutant a lot as his AR. So I think that could be pretty fun to see. What exactly to expect, we don't know yet. Oh, Poonage. Rolling up here. And now he's going to drive away because he rolled up onto a vehicle. And he's like, you know what? Never mind. And it's a good thing. Because Kite had a Panzer there and ready. Quando. MK, M16 currently. The thing about the M16 is that I've actually seen it being used. Because they nerfed the DMR fire rate. So some people have actually picked up the M16 so they can spam it a little bit. So another gun that we don't really see that often. Bolties we're seeing more often because of the DMR nerf and everything as well. And we're seeing VSS MP5 as a off-pick option, I would say, where maybe if you're not really finding the DMRs or other things that you need, you end up grabbing the VSS and MP5. And we've seen people put in some good work, get some kills with it, so definitely going to be interesting gooners. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to drive through that tree. It is one of the few ones you're not able to. Eddie with the mini. Looking over towards them, going to shoot a little bit, try and make sure that it's known, but I think gooners don't care. They are crashing onto this. Eddie was taken down so low. Icy Flex pulling up onto the building. Eddie didn't go inside. He's on the back side of it. So now Greg shot. Trying to clear this one. Icy Flex. I think he... Did he see him there? Oh, shots from Bunt with the MP5. Doesn't take him down. Icy Flex just jumping down. Is able to get the knock. But Mighty Gods is going to crash right onto this. Icy Flex trying to go for the reload. Simply Mac takes down Newbie. So Mr. T and Kin both trying to make it over here. But you have Run It Down that might want to get involved. Matt with a little bit of cover. Mr. T does have a P90. So that could do a lot of damage. He's just kind of on the edge of the building right now. He does see Greg shot. Now he goes for the shots, gets the knock, and he's going to prep the nade immediately. Icy Flex getting some shots over there. As Greg shot doesn't take any damage from that. Matt brings him down to about half, but Matt goes down from the side to Kin. And now the drop shot from Kin as he avoids Icy Flex bullet. So it's 2 knocked on Gooners, 2 already flushed on Mighty Gods, and you have a P90 in the hand of Mr. T. Icy Flex, we saw him come up big a couple of the times for Gooners, but it's Mr. T able to hit the headshots to take down Icy Flex. They were able to get the res onto one, so now Kin gonna prep the Molotov, throw it forward. He goes deep, so it's not actually gonna find Bunt. So Greg shot down on the first floor, gonna be ready as Bunt goes down to Mr. T. That nade getting prepped. It bounces right out and through the stun. Greg shot does get the knock onto Kin. So it's a Greg shot versus Mr. T, but the P90 in his hands has been ever so deadly. He's going to start trying to push forward. Greg shot just throws the Molotov down to stall for time as Matt gets flushed out. Util being checked for by Mr. T. Almost steps onto the fire. New fire put down, but Kin is actually getting res down below. So he has a nade. He might want to get that nade prepped. Oh, that fire almost spread. He does throw it down there. Should get the re-knock onto Kin. No, it doesn't go through the stairwell. So he throws another one down. They're trying to avoid it. So not only does Mr. T have a P90, he also has a shotgun. And dots are now rolling down below. Greg shot throws out the gas can, tries to blow it up. I haven't heard it explode yet. As we hop over to Sakura Zensen, Penta picks up a double as He-Man takes down Cherry Vibes. And Sakura Zensen eliminate Yahoo, and Yahoo is the first team eliminated in match number 1. So that nade does a little bit more damage to Kin. Dreams from Collector taking damage as Quanda gets a knock onto Flanker. They find one and shot finds Mr. T. So Mighty Gods do end up getting eliminated now we'll have to see what are the rest of Gooners going to do. Are they going to be able to get their other teammates rezzed at the res station, as that is what Sakura Zenson is doing right now. He-Man going for some shots over towards Penry. Sakura Zenson all in the same compound. Supernova have a 2-1-1 split with one player playing pretty close to Sakura Zenson's compound. So if anything happens, they may be able to just send it right on there and crash for that. But here we go. 10 minutes into the game, we've lost 14 players. Sakura Zenson are going to try and get the res onto Mika. They have him coming back. They just have to survive until the plane goes overhead. And then they have to be in a spot where he can grab some loot. So just so long it doesn't hard pull away from here somehow, which I don't really think is fully possible. No matter what, that res helicopter that goes overhead should be perfectly fine for Sakura Zenson. Mika should be able to land right on their building, and they have multiple bodies of loot for him to grab whatever he needs. 4 dogs making their way by. Rayzav have a 3-1 split. Beleda is off on his own. He's trying to get shots at the trailing players. And Vorpal gonna make it by just fine. It felt like he was more going for shots on the players. Sometimes going for the tires can be a lot more effective, because then they spin it out and you have free shots onto whoever is trying to go anywhere. Aim for the tires, and it's going to help you a whole lot more, especially because it's going to be a whole lot harder for them to rotate afterwards. Dots still going further forward. Valiate gets taken down by Tastu. Shane Doe continuing forward as a little bit of covering fire from Supernova on to run it down. Ooh, Loeb's taking damage. Seifu takes a headshot from Wooly. So now, a lot of teams made their rotate. A lot of people made it to their spots at this point. So we're probably going to see it slow down a little bit for the rest of Phase 2. Maybe 1 or 2 more teams may still try and drive somewhere. And it's just going to be nice, calm, and relaxed until we see what happens with Phase 3. E-Pickup does go down. Question is, where do Pest Control want to land? He-Man out in the open of the compound. He may want to just try and get out of there, as he fully got crashed on, and He-Man's alone. In a 1v4, the rest of Sakura Zenson not over there yet. They are driving over, as He-Man just gonna lock up a couple of the doorways, try and make sure no one has an angle onto him, and there goes one doorway. As Karam makes it inside the building, we see the rest of Sakura Zenson has made it just onto the outside of the compound. Maybe someone tries to backfill their old compound that they left to try and take this fight. He-Man dropping his DMR, picking up the pump shotgun. And he's just going to stall for time. He has another smoke after this, so he's going to stall for time. Pest Control don't want that to happen, so they're trying to throw a couple of blue zones onto him. So he's going to go to a different side of the building afterwards. And he is able to avoid it, but now in a much less comfortable position. But he had a med kit to be able to go all the way back up. He chucks that smoke down. Oh, from the side, he almost gets taken down. He goes to a different spot, finds the knock onto Karam, does get the flush, and he gets out of there before he gets taken down, gets into the bathroom. Gonna prep a stun. Ready for a push. Now he can use a first aid kit. Oh, Battle X. He had a blue zone nade. I think he should have probably thrown that after so much damage had gone onto He-Man. Might have been able to get the knock a little bit easier. So He-Man still getting shot from another team. It looks like Sakura Zensen just going to back off of that and let He-Man play his own game. Will they focus on zone control at the compound that they want? Falcons won't be playing until the next group, or the next stage, which, yeah, because this is still qualifiers, so it'll be the next set. Yeah, Falcons should be joining us in a week or two, hopefully, or whenever the next set of games are. And He-Man, with the shotgun, just refusing to go down. The rest of Sakura Zensen completely somewhere else, and taking so much damage. Panzer at the ready for Mika. As he blows up the gas can. And now he's blocked in by the mountain bike. And he has to pick it up to be able to do anything. So you have Blist and Lucid Freak fighting the other two members of Sakura Zensen over here. Jumping Panzer, down goes Blist. He has to immediately try and go for the first aid. Penta gonna throw a nade that might roll very well over onto Lucid. Does a little bit of damage. Now the stuns come out. They go forward. Mika finds Lucid Freak, and he's up to 4 kills after getting rezzed. He-Man over here on his own has 4. And he might get 2 more if Pest Control keeps on pushing him one at a time. He's got a folded shield and a shotgun with plenty of bullets to work with. There's another smoke if he wants to grab it. He's out of util, but there is a smoke right next to him. He is going to grab it. Now he can throw it down and stall for even more time. And Penta's going to go for another res. So Sakura Zensen are not only going to get 1 res onto their members, they're going to get a second res. As He-Man jumps outside of the building. And he hears both of the other players from Pest Control. And he makes it over into the flat top. He grabs the vehicle and he might be able to get out of there. The shots are going to come out. And a couple of shots do connect, but not enough to get the knock. And now Pest Control don't have a vehicle, which they could have had. I don't even know how to explain what He-Man just did, but it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful there. And now Blissey does grab a buggy. And whoever ends up having to ride on the back of it, good luck. They are a minute and 15 seconds away from having to really leave this position. He-Man still has his shotgun. It looks like he doesn't want to get rid of it. He's content to run shotgun barrel for the rest of this match. Anytime someone may have to crash onto them. Gooners. You have Bun pushing forward, and he finds Colt trying to get the res onto Zuki Boy. That is a couple more kills for Gooners. 6 so far for them. And they have a spot at the edge of the zone here. Greg shot. Only 15 spare bullets for the P90. It can definitely do a little bit of damage, but only being in phase 4, I don't think that's going to last him the rest of the match. Red Rider from the side, trying to get shots over towards Panda Dorito, but he was shooting the top, and that's a nade that bounces off his forehead. But it's the bullet that takes him down. So, Rezav, they're going to have to try and push in towards the last player for Skyline. But Gooners aren't going to let it happen for free, so all the smokes having to be used early on for this push from Rezav. They are only going up against a solo. They have the smokes out. Make the push. Go for it. But they don't want to. They're trying to go down along the ridge. And they're just kind of going back and forth. Rezav, they're not making any actual ground onto the next zone. And it's not very helpful for them. Supernova. Run it down on one side. And then you have one of the players for Wuju 2 on the other. As shots go out, Skyline is finally eliminated. Sakura Zenson, He-Man knocked. But he's going to get rezzed right now. Nobody is crashing onto them. You have at least 2 down for Rezav. So it looks like Duel going to be very happy with their spot in zone right now. All 4 players up. They don't have any kills right now. But they should get some placement points going into the next zone, as a lot of teams have to move. Sakura Zenson has to move. Pest Control has to move. Rezav has to keep on trucking forward. Gooners are going to be running into them. Battle X, the last one, left for Pest Control, and Sakura Zenson are very interested in trying to take them down. Greg shot brought to less than a sliver. But he does survive. Rezav has Kesno knocked. So they are just hunkered down. Greg shot does go down to Panda Dorito, and Nubsky can take that opportunity to try and get the res on to Kesno. The other 2 players still trailing behind. Gooners losing Greg shot. Gonna have 1 less possible spot to defend. Wuju 2 down in the dip in front of Sakura Zenson in the red zone. Gonna come flying out. 2 nades have flown already. They're looking for more. 3 and 4 go. He-Man and Penta able to take them down. Now you have Duel up above Sakura. They are a team that, after not playing as well as they did in the round of 64, want to come right back and take the top spot. As K-Mind knocked onto Kesno. That should be 3rd knock onto him. They should get the res no problem. But he's going to start bleeding out faster and faster every time he is knocked at this point. That is not a great thing for them. Dots, as a 3-man, they're pushing over on to run it down. It looks like Sakura Zenson thinking about trying to take this position from Duel. Smokes go forward. Stuns, nades, ready. K-Mine goes down, but it's from Beleda from the side. Flush is taken away by Penta, who goes for the shots. IQ with the mutant to get the knock onto Penta. Wooly trying to come up from the side through the smoke. He just needs to underhand a molly. Oh, the red is going to come out onto Penta. He could literally underhand a molly, and he could have had all 4 right by the doorway. There's still 3 of them right there. Explosion from the gas can. IQ ends up going down. Could find Mika. Wooly finding 2. Doesn't find the 3rd. And Duel gets eliminated. Adam goes out there with timing that's a little bit fortunate that he doesn't catch fire, as Dreams finds the Dragunov headshot onto Kesno, who should probably go down here. It is knock number 4. There we go. Quickly bleeds out. And Collector are collecting kills right now. They got 6. And they're trying to find more onto Reza. Panadorito barely survives that. You have Hazel and Dreams with 3, 2, 4 Earth with 1. Psycho still looking to pick up his first. Supernova trying to hold the edge of the zone against Dots with Run It Down just barely in front of them. So now Supernova gonna be going forward. Shane Doe gonna be the solo that they run into. If they run into him, stun goes out. Stun does good, but peeking into a 4-man isn't gonna work out, and Static finds a 3rd kill. Now, Sakura Zensen, 16 kills in this, have just been rolling over everyone. Beleda ends up taking himself down with a nade. Panadorito, Nubsky prepping stuns and nades. Out they go. Panadorito with the knock onto Adam. He-Man getting sprayed down, and the nade finds Penta. So 2 knocked again for Sakura Zensen. This time, probably not going to be able to get the res as easily. Panadorito finds a 3rd with a nade, and He-Man going to be the last one left. Nubsky finds him before going down to Batty. We're down to our top 4, and Static goes down to the MG3 of Plushie. We have Supernova, Collectors, trained to go and run it down. Supernova, they have 6 kills so far. Collectors have 8. Run It Down with 2. Train to Go have 0. And for some reason it says Wuju 2 is still alive, but they are not. So the nade goes out, doesn't find anything. Little G Plushie, prone MG3. Does a lot of damage. Dreams picks up the knock onto Penry. And Little G trying to run forward, find the damage, finds the 3rd player knocked. Now he's going to peek around the corner. He picks up all the flushes, so all those points go to him. Trimble finds the finish on to Batty. Supernova eliminated. And Run It Down. Going to have to try and get the res onto Plushie to get back up to a 2-man. This Cater is sneaking it forward. Panzer in hand. If he goes just a little bit further, he's going to run into 2 players side by side. But now they spread out a little bit. Finds them, does a lot of damage to Little G with the Panzer, but it's an MG3 from Plushie as he starts shooting the other player. And Cater gonna get flushed because of it. Now Plushie trying to make his way forward as Little G. Does get the first aid off. 0 bullets to spare, 28 in his gun. And Trimble gets the knock onto Plushie. Gonna try and immediately go for the flush, confirm the point. And he does. Little G, trained to go. Then Collectors, who are looking good to win this one. 8 kills so far for them. Little G goes down to the blue zone. And Trimble immediately down to Hazel. 1 player left. And Mafu, it looks like he's just going to deny this one to the blue zone. Not going to let Collector get another point. And winner, winner, chicken dinner for Collector. 9 kills and the win. Phenomenal game there from them. Sakura Zensen, 16 kills. Absolutely ridiculous. I feel like Collector also winning from a spot that we maybe don't see all the time. I feel like that's more of a passive spot. But they still end up getting 9 kills out of it. And 19 points total. So even though Sakura Zensen got 16, Collector does indeed have first place after match number 1. Team Rezav in third place with 12 points, 9 kills, 3 placement points. So a lot of our higher placement point teams ended up lower on this leaderboard right now. Because they just didn't get that many kills. And that's fine, because what you're aiming for in the qualifiers is to be part of the top 8. And that doesn't necessarily mean always getting a ton of kills. It means collecting placement points and just being consistent on how many points you get. So, phenomenal first game. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 2. And here we go, underway for match number 2. Collector picking up a big win in match number 1 to be first overall with 19 points, followed closely behind by Sakura Zenson, who picked up 16 kills to get up to 18 points. and be number 2 on the leaderboard. So, I mean, really, Sakura Zensen, I feel like, with round of 32, ended up picking up most of their kills in day 2. So they didn't have a phenomenal day number 1. They didn't have a bad one, but I think their day 2 was just better. So the fact that they're already starting out today on such a good note is very good for them. And, oh no, Shane. What? Where are we? Shane gonna be trying to avoid dreams, and he did for long enough. So nobody getting run over. As he hides behind the car just to make sure that his own teammate doesn't accidentally run him over. And Dot should pick up and probably go over towards Shelter and Hall of Fame to get looted up and not have to worry about too much else for right now until some of these teams start to rotate. And then they might be just a little bit behind, but they're in the edge of the zone, so they can take it a little bit slower if they want to. Run it down. After match number 1, Run It Down is in 4th place with 11 points. We have 4 teams that ended up with 0 points after the first match, and that's Duel, Pest Control, Wuju 2, and Team Skyline. So 3 teams, especially, that I would expect to be getting some kills with Wuju 2, Duel, and Pest Control, not picking up any. A little bit surprising there. And then you have Gooners, you have Icy Flex here, who's been absolutely phenomenal for them. Greg Shot and Bun. Also, I mean, really, this whole team has been solid for this whole event so far, as they continue to be towards the top of the leaderboard every single time. Right now, sitting in 7th place. They got 6 points, all of them through kills. They don't have any placement points yet. So if it comes down close with any tiebreakers or anything, they're going to be a little bit behind. But it looks like they want to take Grandma's and further up the hill. Bunt just taking some shots, making sure people are aware of where he is. He has the MP5. He only has 96 spare bullets, and you got to be careful because I feel like you can get through those pretty quickly. Canna Dorito getting shot at by Vorpal. Just kind of shot off, making sure that Razav is aware that these 4 dogs have already taken over this spot, and it's not available for them to try and grab. It's a very northern zone here for match number 2. 4 dogs gonna take one of the prime positions. A lot of teams like trying to get it over here. They have a pretty normal 2-2 split that you see, phase 1, sometimes even phase 2. But you have to be careful with this one because I feel like a lot of teams at this point are aware that 2-2 splits happen in that position. So a lot of teams are like, we're just going to send it on to the warehouse. We think we can do it, and we think we can take it. And a lot of the time, there's not a full 4-man there to protect it. And a flanker, if you hit one of these, that'd be insane. Nah, he hits the fence with that last one. But it was worth the attempt. Ooh, Lucid Freak. Gotta be a little bit careful there. Don't get shot after picking up the 3 gear. He picks up a Groza, but I think he dropped the wrong gun because it's showing barrel Groza for him. So he may have accidentally dropped whatever DMR or bolty that he had. As Nubsky was flexed out a little bit, Vorpal gonna try and punish it, but he doesn't hit any of the shots onto Nubsky, and he's like, yeah, you wouldn't take shots at me, I might turn around and try and punish you for it. But he does end up retreating back down to the shacks that he had. Ooh, it looks like Plushie took a little bit of damage while they were rotating into the zone. Train to go. They're a little bit late for any prio anywhere. And they're in the middle of everything, so Cater gets spun out. And he's probably just going to get stopped exactly where he is as Nubsky taken down by He-Man. And first kill of match number 2 comes from Sakura Zenson onto Rezav. So picking up right where they left off. And He-Man with the knock onto Panadorito. He does get the flush as well, almost stolen away by another team. But in the end, it does not. Vorpal with a Vector. It's interesting. Rezav, they may be only down to a 2-man, but they are not shying away from trying to get some shots over towards Cater. I don't really know what he can do. Cater's not in a good spot. He is going to get shot as soon as he gets out of there. He takes a little bit of damage, but for right now, he's surviving. Nope, there we go. Kesno hits the headshot, and down goes Cater. Hopefully, I was going to say, hopefully Rezav can get the flush before someone else gets their eyes on that and steals it away. Because they didn't have a bad match number 1. They're up towards the top of the leaderboard. So they're definitely going to want to keep on trying to get a couple of kills, especially where they've already lost 2 players in a spot where they're not going to be able to get the res at all. Because Sakura Zenson has taken it over. Vorpal gets the knock onto Mika. Doesn't look like anyone's going to crash onto it, and Four Dogs really has no reason to crash onto it, because they have 2 of the best compounds in the game right now. So even though they get the knock, it's really just doing damage, and making things more difficult for Sakura Zenson going later into the matches, because they'll have to play a little bit closer together to make sure that they can get the reses off. So we have Cater down and 2 members from Team Rezav. Everyone else is still in this game, 9 minutes in so far. Are we going to have 61 alive at match minute number 10? Or are we going to have a few more players fall right before they're able to reach that point? So it looks like the rest of Train to Go are all the way up here on the north. I don't know exactly what pathing they took to get up here, but it worked out better for them than it did for Cater. As his tires got popped, and then he had nowhere to go, so he was just trying to run up the hillside before he got taken down. It looks like Dots did end up getting looted up, and now they're just chilling for right now. Making a little bit of noise, making sure people know where they are. They're pretty close to center. Nobody is in no lean right now. And I find that crazy, because if you get knocked in no lean right now, you can actually get a res off. Because the res station is there, and we pull hard down to the south early on. Duel going to be very happy with that. Gooners going to be in a spot where they might go right back across the water. They do send it back across the water. Collector sending it down the hillside, and Train to Go. They made it all the way up here from at least a slightly southern position, given how Cater was rotating. And now they have to go back down to the south. I really feel like the coup is a lost cause. So it's a good thing that they are ignoring it. Wooly... Is that the run you want to make? He was thinking about trying to go get the buggy, thought better of it, and I think that was the right decision. Because if you die trying to go for that buggy right there, that's just a huge loss for really no good reason. They have a vehicle over here. They have a way to rotate if they need to. 2 people in one vehicle, yes, maybe not preferred, but it's definitely not detrimental. As Kesno currently the most damage in the lobby, and it just shows that even though Team Rays have lost a couple early, they haven't shied away from shooting at anyone that's been driving by. And it looks like... I was going to say they're going to hop into the same vehicle. But I think that vehicle has a pop tire. So, Kesno maybe looking for just a little while longer. Only 45 bullets to spare in his barrel. And Beleda has now left him behind. And Kesno is just getting a little bit of info, telling people what's going on. Oh, Vibes. Vibing over here, trying to pop the tires, it looks like, onto the Gooners' vehicles. He does pop one, he gets the second, and he's still going for the tires for Icy Flex vehicle. Bunt now going to realize that the tires got taken out, and they probably don't want to chill there too much longer. Gas station, not an awful spot to have, but I think Gooners really had the opportunity to get a better spot with how early they rotated across the bridge, but it's unfortunate for them that they're not able to pick it up, and it's not like they know where everyone in the lobby is. With only 2 or 3 teams that were southern of the river, they could have had almost any spot they wanted. Duel is still in a 2-2 split right now. We are going into Phase 3, and this is where you want to think, alright, where is the zone? What's going on with it? Dots. Wow. Wow. Alright, if I'm Gooners, I stack up on the gas station. Like, 4 dogs, they're going to be going to Grandma's, but Sakura Zenson more than happy to try and get over there. Lucid and Vorpal quickly shooting them off. They didn't want none of that. Sakura Zenson still going to be able to grab a wonderful spot. They have the gas station on this side of the bridge, and they're going to have the hillside up above. A little bit of a 2-2 split for them, and then they can go to the better compound in the next zone, run it down, running into Supernova. Kev going for some shots. Tastu takes a lot of damage, but doesn't go down. So it looks like Run It Down going to be surviving for right now. They are going to be on the edge of the zone, so they don't really need to pressure Supernova that much. And it looks like Supernova just wants to kind of control near this bridge, which I feel like is kind of a risky spot, because if for some reason someone does pull up in Braz, it's going to be difficult. We hop over to Pest Control versus Mighty Gods. Blissey finds Newbie on a trade where Karam goes down. Joshi trying to send it up the hillside, doesn't make it up there. Mr. T gonna be above him. Does hear him. Kin sending it over here. Eddie gets the flush onto his teammate, but also Karam. Now the shot's going out. Joshi finds the knock onto Eddie. Kin finds the knock onto Blissey. And Kin does end up going down to the blue zone. And these nades just need to go harmlessly away. Hopefully not bouncing off the tree towards Blissey. Luckily, he goes to the left instead of to the right. Supernova, they have one knocked nade going out as Penry hops in the vehicle and gets out of there. Takes Just a little bit of damage, and we hop over Razav getting a knock as Trimble had a knock onto Beleda. Trades coming through everywhere right now, so teams are going down to just a couple of players apiece. Razav ended up getting the res onto their players, and that's what the two yellow players on the scoreboard are. They are res. And for Earth, able to take Joshi out of the vehicle. Kesno gets knocked. Beleda as well. Skyline picking up a couple. One of the teams that went into this match with no points, able to get a couple of kills here. Should be able to try and make their way forward, but Red Rider goes down to Hot and Spicy. So they left him to anchor for them, and unfortunately for them, they lost their anchor. They're gonna have to find a different way into the zone. It looks like Yahoo trying to play some trolls under the bridge. That's not even in the zone. So they are going to have to make a little bit further forward. Luckily, the road has enough of a ridge in both directions that if they can get up there safely, they can play right there. If they just keep their heads down and only peek when they absolutely need to. So it looks like Gooners and Wuju 2 are fighting in the kill feed. Blissey finding a flush onto 4 Earth. And Wuju 2 underneath here, and Greg Shot finds the knock onto Lucid as Seifu's nade finds the knock onto Matt. So Greg Shot just immediately going for the res. Seifu and Zito in a car that doesn't look like it's going to last much longer. K-Mine finds the knock onto Zito, and down goes Seifu as K-Mind finds both. Now you're going to have Gooners trolling underneath this bridge, sending it across towards where Supernova was. You have Toto Bibbo, and they're actually going to turn and go straight into Supernova. Batty finds the knock onto Janlo. Henry onto Vibes. Now you have Kite with a Panzer, tries to shoot it forward, doesn't find the damage onto Batty, so he's still alive. Quanda goes down to Static. Kite the last one up, and he's in a 1v3, 2 players low. Batty gets the first aid off, and Kite in a difficult position, trying to peek around, trying to find the player that he needs to, avoids the Molotov, goes for the shots, takes down Batty before getting traded by Static. Now you have Nubsky out in the blue zone. 4x spray, but it's Shinboy to get the knock onto him. K-Mind gonna drive out here, trying to confirm the point. But Panadorito goes down to the blue zone before they can get over there. Collectors going down 2 dots. Hot and Spicy prepping the nade, throwing it forward. What does it find? Finds them all! What a nade by Hut and Spicy as he backs up a little bit to try and avoid getting shot at by 4 dogs. Just good old backwards driving. So Gooners underneath the bridge, they're going to have to worry about making their way forward. Yahoo has been able to take more and more space. There's still an open building in this zone that players can go to, where they probably think that it's not open at all. Because why would it be at this point? Duel out in the blue zone. Really probably just going to be trying to get a couple of placement points, outlive some of these teams. But they have a ways to go. 2 more teams still have to fall before they can get any placement points. Dots right now, they have 4 kills. Hot and Spicy had that beautiful nade to confirm 3 more for them. Run it down. Are going towards Supernova on the buggy. They almost take 1 down. Penry does go down, and Batty makes it around the corner before Lil G crashes onto him and takes him down. The last player for Supernova found the open building, was able to make it over there. So Static in the last remaining building for free. He is a solo, so he is very crashable. Will he be able to hold, or is he going to get taken down? Tastu throwing a couple of smokes forward. Static over there on the left takes him down. And now a pre-nade right on to the vehicle. Did they hear it when they rolled up? I don't think so, but they were able to avoid the damage. So he's prepping the nade, throws it around the corner. Doesn't find any damage really with it as he tries to peek again. Shots come out. Little G takes him down. Takes down Supernova. We are down to 7 teams left. Duel do survive into the placement points. As Yahoo are looking a little bit rough. One player left standing for them. As Dotch trying to send it forward. Shane Doe incredibly low. There he goes to Penta. Penta trying to get more. Trying not to go down to Hot and Spicy, who has been on an absolute tear for Dots. But he is up against a 3-man of Sakura Zenson. He did find Adam, but Mika with an MG3 able to find him from the side. Though Sakura Zenson should be able to get rezzed, and they are just continuing to chain rezzes and just stay up as a 4-man. And Poonage, he takes a lot of damage, but he does survive through the Gooner's shots. As Gregshot trying to go for the spray, isn't able to find it. Plushy going down. But he doesn't get flushed out. He still may be able to get rezzed. Wooly has made it into zone. Tastu gonna try and get the res onto Plushy. He-Man a little bit too far over the hillside to be able to get over, steal the kill away, or even get a second knock onto these players. As Gregshot, Wooly both up as solos. There is a solo for Supernova and Dot. No, Dots is dead. Dots is dead, so that leaderboard a little bit wrong, saying that there's still one up. We did see Hut Spicy go down to the members of Sakura Zenson, who have 7 kills so far in this match. Collector is out. Run It Down have jumped over Rezav so far. They're up to 3rd place. And they still have 4 players up on the high ground. Greg shot 5 kills, 631 damage, leading the lobby in both statistics. He-Man, he's made it so far over here. Okay, now he can start mining a little bit more as Mika's making his way over. Mika drawing the attention. Narcotica is on one side. Sakura Zenson look like they're trying to take this as just a 2-man. And Mika going for the shots does take down one. So the rest of Run It Down going to try and have to get over here to support. Little G, Plushy, Tastu still up. And all the bullets trying to go for the flush completely miss. The nade goes out. That should be a little bit of damage, but it's really not going to find that much. And he's going to have to hope that that nade bounces where he wants it to off of the rooftop, and it doesn't find anything. So Run It Down going to be trying to just get back up to a 4-man. They do. So we have a 4v4v4. As Gooners did end up getting 4th place over Duel. And Sakura Zenson is taking this as 2 separate 2v4s currently. With Mika just making sure to sightline himself from 4 dogs. So it's going to be Adam and Penta fighting 4 dogs. I guess Mika is in a spot where he can help out. The amount of zone control that Sakura Zenson has right now, if this next zone pulls to the north, they are going to have to fight 2 different teams trying to push them at the same time. Yeah. They have full zone control right now. 4 dogs are going to have to push into them. Run It Down is going to have to try and push into them. But so far, they have proved that they can fully take on whatever these teams have to throw at them. Because they have, what, 16 kills in the first game and 7 so far in this one. Lucid does have a Groza, and that gets a knock on to Tastu. Should be able to get the flush. And if 4 dogs decide to push in to Run It Down instead of Sakura Zensen, which they really can't because Mika would just have free shots onto them the full run over into the building, then, I mean, Sakura Zensen just in a beautiful spot to just funnel these teams into each other. Penta is onto this side of the zone now. He was over on the northern side of the road, so he's giving up a little bit of space to Ice. If Ice tries to flank around and take him down, then it's going to be fully onto Adam, but they're playing close enough together, I think they can get the trades with each other. So now, 3x spray from He-Man. He doesn't find any damage. And Lucid on the backside with the Groza. Still, it looks like trying to favor damage and knocks on to Run It Down. He-Man does a little bit of damage, backs off. Not really connecting with the shots that he wants to. And there we go. Those shots look a little bit better. Stuns going forward should be causing a lot of mayhem in the ranks. And He-Man just not able to connect with the last couple of shots that he needs. There's at least 2 over there. Vorpal finds one. He-Man finds one, and Mika finds the other. Now Sakura Zensen, they do lose 1. They lose a second as Penta finds 2 down below, finds a 3rd, and it's just Lucid free. Penta finds them all. Chicken winner. Chicken dinner for Sakura Zensen. 13 kills and a win in this one. After having 16 kills and 2 placement points in the last one, gives them a crazy amount of points to start off the first 2 matches. They're putting a stamp on this, and they're pretty much telling everyone, hey, we're going to qualify after day number 1. So it's going to be up to you guys to contend with everyone else for the 7 remaining spots. Good luck. I'll see you in PAS 6. That's what Sakura Zensen is saying right now. 4 dogs have a decent game as well. 13 points. Run It Down. Gooners both with 10 apiece. And Dots had 8, followed up by Duel and Supernova with 5. Yahoo, Team Rezav with 4. And now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. Here we go. Match number 3. And, I mean, my goodness. Sakura Zensen with 41 points after 2 matches, which means they're averaging 20 points a match. That's ridiculous. One more match where they get 20 points. And I'd say they're pretty safe. Once you make it to like the 60-point mark, you're really on the edge of safety already at that point. So if you get there in day number 1, you're pretty much through. They are 20 points ahead of the second place team, which is Run It Down. Third place is Collector still with 20 points. With Gooners and Team Rezav both with 16 points for 4th and 5th, as Supernova trying to take a few shots over towards Yahoo, who are in 11th place with only 5 points. Yahoo, I feel like so far has been performing more as a day 2 team. So even if we don't see them super high up in the leaderboard and everything, going past day number 1, so through today, I definitely think that we might end up still seeing them have a really strong day tomorrow. It's just a little bit more stressful when you have to try and count on day number 2 rather than playing like Sakura Zensen right now and just confirming your way through after just a few games, pretty much. But because Sakura Zensen is soaking up so many kills as well, it's also going to make the race for 8th place a lot closer. Because there's not going to be as many points for everyone else to grab. And Dots currently our 8th place team with 10 points. Right now looking at Wuju 2, and they only have 2 points. This is not the team that we saw in round of 32 that were out here playing like Sakura Zensen is right now. So we'll have to see if in these next few games today, Wuju 2 turns it around a little bit and really starts to show us the form that they had earlier on in the week. I mean, I feel like we expect that out of them. We expect Wuju 2 to be able to give us some great plays. We expect them to be getting kills here and there, getting a few placement points. And whether it's just been unlucky rotates or bad zone pulls, whatever else, they're a team I expect to be able to work around that. Meanwhile, over here we have Supernova, who didn't originally make it in because underdogs were in, but they ended up getting disqualified because they had a team that was not fully eligible to participate in PAS. And so they got disqualified, and Supernova overtook their spot as Gooners and Mighty Gods. 2 teams that I feel like are constantly fighting each other. They, at no point, during the games that they've been in the same lobby, have not been fighting each other, I feel like. I think there's just something about them. They just don't like each other that much. It does also help that both of them survived quite a while and made it into the end game where there wasn't a lot of teams to fight left. And I feel like they're both teams like to fight. So they have no problem sitting there and fighting. As yeah, MP5 is very weird to try and spray down vehicles with, because I feel like if you normally have to lead the vehicle right here with a normal gun, I feel like you have to lead with an MP5 like over here. So, unless players have been actually practicing with the MP5 to try and spray down vehicles and stuff, I feel like we won't see a lot of people getting taken out of cars by MP5s. Poonage on the bridge above Dots. And he just stops on the middle of the bridge for a second. It worked, but I feel like that was very ballsy. Because it's not really a spot that, like, I mean, if he's caught out even in the slightest, he's just in the middle of the bridge. He can work around his vehicle, maybe he can drive off in it, but, like, if they pop the tires or something and then catch him out, like, what is he supposed to do? It's a little weird of a spot to stop. Meanwhile, Razav, Skyline, next to each other in Army base. I imagine at least one of these teams sent it over here in an e-pickup. I don't believe that both teams would rotate that far to the north that early on. So I'm assuming that one of them took an e-pickup and ended up over there. Toto Bibbo. Yeah, I see that you stopped to try and fight this, but is that the fight you want to take? Penta gets a knock onto Quando. And they are turning around and maybe deciding that they don't want to take the fight. Janlo stopping up because he's going to have to try and heal now. And they only find one so far onto Toto Bibbo. But yeah, if I saw Sakura Zensen's names in the kill feed right now, I'd leave my teammate to die. And go like, sorry, guys. We gotta play without you for the rest of this match. We cannot stick here any longer when they caught us by surprise. And that's exactly what Toto Bibbo do. And I think it's the right play right there. Because that is one scary squad. And then you have Train to Go. They have 8 points right now. They're in 9th place, so just outside of where they want to be. And really, only 4 points a match so far. They want a big match at some point here to kind of skyrocket them above some of these teams, as Mika knocks Mika with the vehicle. How did you do that? Did you, like, start rolling it and then run over yourself? I'm confused. I am the confused. Oh, this vehicle blew up. Did he bonk himself? I want a replay of that. I need a replay of that. What happened to Mika? This is important information that I think would be funny, and that's why it's important. Because I just think it would be funny if he got booped on the head. Boop. You know what I mean? Skyline Razav still nice and quiet up here to the north in Army Base. There's so much room in Army Base, you could probably fit another 2 teams in here, no problem. With still no one shooting at each other. Because they just might not have an angle. And with the amount of vehicles Skyline has, I'm going to assume that Razav may have e-picked in here and picked up a couple of vehicles during that time, as we pulled down to the south. Still a lot of unplayable zone in here. So this is going to pull to the north towards Yang. So Mighty Gods and Gunnar is going to be in a great spot. But that also means that only like 60%, maybe 65% of the zone is actually playable. Because the river isn't playable, and we're not going back down to the south. There's not enough land still in. Oh, Collector getting a little bit too close to Yahoo. And Yahoo just not able to get any knocks there, so they're not going to be picking up any more points. Currently sitting at 5 points. And it's kind of crazy to see how low the points are for a lot of these teams because of how well Soccer Zensen's played. Like, normally I expect really all the way down to, like, 11th place, maybe even 12th place, to have, like, 10, 12, maybe even 15 points for some of them at this point. But you just know. As Toto Bibbo, they go from Sakura Zensen to running into Gunner's bunt, gets a knock and a flush onto Janlo. They have all their vehicles safely protected over there. Oh. Nick Knacker heard Penta rolling up. He's going to prep a nade. He's got to throw it a little bit left here. Penta's going to be aware about him now. But if it landed on his vehicle, maybe it does enough damage where Penta can't really leave in it. Red zone is upon them. And it looks like Skyline want to try and take the fight to this. How long are they going to want to take the fight once they realize who they are going to be going up against? We will see as He-Man up on the hill, making it a little bit uncomfortable for them. Balefrost, a couple of shots from Hazel, but he's able to get out of there just like Collector got out and away from them earlier when they were rotating by. That nade's good onto Colt. Luckily, he was laying down. Takes a little bit less damage because that looked like it landed right on top of his head. Red Rider up on the hillside with a bolty. That could be fun to see, as it looks like Nick Knacker and Colt really trying to focus down Penta, throwing a couple of Molotovs forward. They don't find anything. Red Rider goes down to Mika. And it looks like Sakura Zensing going to try and take down the players up on the hillside first, and then push down to support Penta. Zuki Boy is brought down to just a couple of hits as Adam, on his push forward, goes down to the red zone. Does the red zone strike the same place twice and get the flush? As Skyline trying to make a move off of this, Penta trying to find the shots, doesn't find them yet. And Nick Knacker and Colt still able to avoid them. Colt with a good shot, but Penta takes him down. Kesno in the glider above, causing a little bit of distraction. Adam does get res. And there is only one player left on Skyline. Nick Knacker trying to get out of there. Sakura Zensen hitting more shots. Not able to hit the final couple that they would have needed, but this vehicle very close to being blown up, and he is getting closer to just rolling into another team. And Collector and Yahoo still haven't been able to separate themselves from each other. Hazel goes by. Did he spot out Balefrost? No, they drove by without finding him. Poonage finds the knock onto one. So now you have 4 Earth circling back around, with Hazel just on the other side of this ridge. 4 Earth completely oblivious to how close some of these players are. Balefrost going for the 3x spray. 4 Earth hops into the vehicle very quick, but Cherry Vibes has a Lynx to take him down. Nade up and over the top of the ridge, because Balefrost did see where Hazel was earlier. He watched him drive right past. And now Yahoo can just take their time, clear this hillside, find Hazel, and have 3 kills in their pocket. We see... Oh, Oh, shot right out of the air. And Hazel is spotted out. Couple of headshots from Shinboy, and down he goes. Collector eliminated in 16th place. So they had a great start to the day. They won a match. They got up to 20 points after match number 2. And now they go out first in match number 3, sitting in 3rd place. Icy Flex trading shots with Wuju 2. Kite rotating by. As Icy Flex going for the spray. Kite pulling up. And Seifu shooting him in the back to get the kill. Toto Bibbo out in 15th. This zone, with how much water is in, it's absolutely crazy. It's gonna hard shift to the north. Does it go east or west is the question at all. It goes a little bit to the west. Dots are going to be happy with that. Yahoo in a good spot. Sakura Zensen still going to be on the hillside above everyone, and they're going to be in a decent spot. Gooners going to have the edge of Yongchan, and Rezav going to be just right in front of Run It Down. So they just have to hold Run It Down out. They can get 4 kills off of it if Run It Down goes into them. They don't. It looks like they're going to try and rotate to the north. So it was really either take a fight with Rezav or go to the north. The real question is, how far north are they going to go? If they go all the way north, then they're going to be rotating right into Sakura Zensen, which I think is a worse idea, as Kin gets knocked to Wooly. Supernova dodging out of the way from Train to Go. And Supernova sitting as a 2-man right now. 6th place, 15 points, so they haven't been doing too bad. As Gooners, they got 4 kills so far. And now they're trying to get shots on to Run It Down, who are still going for their north. And yeah, again, that's just going to lead them right into Sakura Zensen. And Gooners are going to get shots into them the whole time as they rotate by. Supernova, it looks like they made it across the street. Yahoo, they lose 1 to 4 dogs as the kill feed just explodes. Lucid Freak blissed the last 2 that are left standing. So the flush does come out onto Vorpal and Ice. Shane Doe finds the knock onto Lucid. Now the nades fly out. Where is the last player for the 4 dogs? As Lucid Freak taken down by Balefrost's nade. Sakura Zensen finds Run It Down. They take down the last player with a blue zone, but Mika does end up going out without being able to get res. So that's going to be another player down for them. Hut and Spicy finds Balefrost. Poonage spotted out, and Hut and Spicy has been very hot and spicy so far in these matches. Round of 32, he absolutely popped off. Started destroying players, especially with the AUG. He was hitting long-range sprays like it was breakfast time. Oh, Kev with a shotgun gets the knock and flush onto Newbie. 5 bullets left, he closes the door. Stalling for time, so Mighty Gods and Supernova might end up sharing this building. Shorty versus Pumpkin has a double barrel. Plenty of shotguns, and Kev gets the knock onto Mr. T. The trade from Kin to find one. Spots out Batty, goes for the shots, but Batty hits the headshot to get the knock on to Kin. 2 players down for Mighty Gods. The last player in the building next door. So Eddie doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it over there. Colt steals the kill onto Kin. Is Colt now going to be the last one left for Skyline? Looks like he was rezzed and brought back in based on the loot that he has. Eddie finds Beleda. Now he's getting shot in the back by Duel. Pops a couple of smokes. He's just trying to confirm his point. As Colt goes down to add it. Sakura Zenson fighting Yahoo. Balefrost, the last one left. Adam and Penta. Penta goes down. And now it's all on to Adam and He-Man. As that's a mortar for Gooners, I'm pretty sure. And Balefrost waits for these smokes to pop. Now he's going to try and run through them over towards, but Greg Shot makes his way up here and is able to take Balefrost down from behind. Adam spotted out. So isn't He-Man. Shots going out. I don't think Penta's going to be able to get saved at this point. He should go down to the blue zone. There we go. Sakura Zenson, 11 kills. And they get another placement point so far. Will they get more? As it's just points galore for Sakura Zenson. And Bunt finds the knock onto Adam. One player left. He-Man, the last one remaining, and that folded shield goes out barely in time. Bunt tries to time his nade, so they blow up and do some damage. Folded shield left behind by He-Man as he moves his vehicle into a different spot. He goes down here, yes. Matt finds the shots. Karam, the last one left for Pest Control. Down he goes to Seifu. Teams falling. Pest Control down. Duel down. Sakura Zenson down. We have 5 teams left. Mafu finds Bunt from the side, so Gooners lose a player. And Mafu, he's not going to be long for this world. Icy Flex is just waiting for him to move beyond that tree. Goes for the shots. He doesn't hit all the ones he needs. Sneak attack almost takes him down from the side. If Mafu peeks this at the right timing, at it, just waiting, and Zito peeking back and forth through the window. He gets at it. Mafu, the last one left, spotted out by Lucid and Wuju 2. Here we go into the top 4 along with Dots, Gooners, and Razab. Spray going out, and it's a great one. Brings Sneak Attack down to about a quarter of his health. He has an Om and 3 gear, and that 3 gear definitely helped him out a little bit there. Gooners have to try and find a way to send it down this hillside. Not quite sure how they're going to be able to figure that one out. Pana Dorito still alive for Razav. Could end up stabbing Wuju 2 in the back if they're not aware of him. As Seifu loses a tire, but he is going to try and drive his vehicle forward. Don't squish your teammate. Lucid, a little bit of damage onto Icy Flex. Ticking away, and Icy Flex actually goes down to Shane Doe. Flush from Lucid. Is able to steal the point away. We hear that ring out towards the members of Dots. It's Greg Shot and Matt. They're going to have to run open field soon. Very, very soon. They're going to go straight through the open field. Yep. There's Matt, and Sneak Attack hits the arm shot as he jumps up into the air. Does Dots have an angle? They do, so they're able to steal the kill. So both teams got a knock and then got the kill stolen from the other team. As, Valiate, he's running the VSS. I told you that people have been playing it. Flanker with the headshot to take down Greg Shot. Pana Dorito, I think, is an unknown factor, and he is right in between both teams. Flanker moving up here. May end up spotting out Pana Dorito here in a second. But if he moves forward without ever, scouting that, because they know where 3 players are, they know where Lucid is, so the question is, where's the other player? Because there's a rat somewhere. And Flanker backs off of that position. So Wuju 2, maybe a little bit more control over the zone right now. But Dots and Wuju2 both have decent as Enzito gets the knock onto Hot and Spicy. Valiate runs over Seifu. Sneak attack out of the vehicle takes down flanker. Shane Dozne does so much to Enzito. Isn't able to find the knock, though. Valiate finds Enzito. Now Lucid does get the flush onto Hot and Spicy. Valiate goes down to sneak attacks. Nade. Panadorito finds Lucid. So it's a 1v1v1 headshot from sneak attack to take down Shane Doe. And all of a sudden, it's Panadorito versus sneak attack. Sneak attack may run all the way over to try and get the res onto Enzito. And it looks like he will. This is going to put it back up into a 2v1. Because Panadorito doesn't have a vehicle. So it's not like he'd be able to run over here in time. Wuju2 do lose 2 players. 1 to Dots and 1 to Rezav. So now Panadorito is going to start smoking forward. He had 3 smokes. And unfortunately for him, he really should have kind of held on to him for a little while longer. Enzito, sneak attack, both just rotating over to be able to stare directly at him. And it should be a quick and easy mop-up for Wuju2. They have 10 kills. They should get the chicken dinner here. So it's going to be beautiful from them. Panadorito doesn't even want to give him the point. So Wuju2, 10 kills and the chicken dinner to win match number 3. Still best logo. I think. I love it so much. Sakura Zensen, though, with 11 kills in the match to get themselves 12 points still after that one. So Wuju2, 20 points. And the chicken dinner, that's going to get them well up the leaderboard. Sakura Zensen, 12 points and second place. Well, I mean, Rezav gets second place, but they only get 2 kills. Second place overall in the lobby. Gooners get 11 points, and they're getting a lot of kills. They're keeping up. So right now, Wuju2, Sakura Zensen, Gooners, Team Rezav, along with Collector, are in a relatively okay spot after the first 3 matches. We'll have to see what they do for the next 3 matches for today, because we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 4. Here we go, getting ready. Match number 4. And Wuju too. They finally got themselves up the leaderboard. They jumped 11 spots up into 5th place after that match. So wonderful there from them as they look to continue to turn around their day a little bit. Sakura Zensen still firm hold on first place with 53 points. Gooners now the team chasing them in second with 27 points. Team Rezav takes their 3rd place spot back, and they're up to 24 right now. But Wuju too, they jump up 11 spots up into 5th place. And, I mean, they're only 6 points behind 2nd place. So they're still relatively close. And they can definitely make some things happen. Meanwhile, Sakura Zensen, with 53 points in 1st place. If they have one more 10-plus point game, I would say that they are safe through into the next round. And any points they get after that is pretty much just preventing other teams from getting points. So we'll see how these teams do it. We have a very southern zone with this one. We have Wuju 2 right at the center, so they're going to be happy with that after winning the last one. They get the center of zone in this one. Train to Go going to be in a great spot. Supernova a little bit farther down to the south aren't going to be struggling too much. They're going to have some compounds that they can look at for other people. 4 Dogs already have Ice and Vorpal a little bit closer towards the center. So if they just get Bliss and Lucid Freak over there or towards another compound in the center, they're going to be in a really good spot. So plenty of places for these teams to play, and we haven't had any hot drops yet. Will that change going on to Miramar? Possibly. Will it change tomorrow if Sakura Zensen maybe doesn't want a team to qualify? I mean, that could happen too. There's a lot of possibilities for hot drops still with 8 more matches to go. But for right now, we are hot drop free. Dots did make it up into 7th place now instead of being in 8th place. Supernova now going to be the cutoff team going into the second half of today. As it looks like Team Rezav may be eyeing this compound, shooting Trimble away from it. Static got a knock and flush onto Adit. He's going to smoke that. Probably going to try and grab the chip and either put it in a really difficult to grab spot, or he is going to find an extra vehicle and blow up the extra vehicle. Because then nobody can get your chip back. And it's just an unfortunate situation at that point. Oh, it looks like he might have the vehicle that he can blow up right there. Yahoo, up on the E-Pickup. Curious to see where they want to go. Are they going to go further? Because if they do, Supernova is there already. And they take a few shots, but I think Supernova moved out of the super southern area already. So Yahoo should be able to get rooted up pretty easily. And I don't think they're going to take any knocks unless someone hits some crazy shots there. Because, I mean, there's just not that many players over here to shoot at them yet. It's not the same as if you take an E-Pickup later in the match and you just have 7 teams all looking in your direction because they're like, ooh, a piece of candy falling from the sky. So, I mean, we still have, what? We are 5.5 minutes into this. We still have another 4.5 minutes until Phase 1 closes. So there is plenty of time for people to rotate, plenty of time for them to run into other teams that are rotating and maybe give us some fun Mad Max action. It doesn't look like it right now. Train to go. They're at 15 points right now. A good spot to be after day number 1 is anywhere north of 30 points. It puts you in a more comfortable position, but by no means a very comfortable position. You have to get all the way up to like 50 points, I feel like, to actually be in a comfortable situation going into day number 2. So Sakura Zensen is there after 3 games. They have decided that this lobby is theirs and everyone else is just living in it. And we'll see if that domination continues all the way through Miramar. Or maybe we end up seeing Sakura Zensen as more of an Erangel team. There is that possibility. Pest Control all the way down in 13th. With Blissey on the team, kind of surprised they haven't found more kills. I feel like Blissey is absolutely phenomenal at finding kills. Collector have a whole lot of SMGs that they're shooting over towards Bunt. And see, this is the problem. Now you have a lot more teams as Shinboy running over Balefrost in the kill feed. But Bunt makes it to the ground. Oof. Not without taking one last bullet from Hazel and his Dragonov there. That Panzer, if it had connected, would have been hilarious to watch. Punage jumps off the top, and it looks like he's going to try and coast away. It doesn't look like Matthias is aware of it. Should see him soon. Yeah, there we go. Now he's getting the shots. We saw him connect with a couple. Shinboy was there to try and pick him up in Balefrost. Able to give some covering fire. As, oh, Matt, you're going to be in a tough spot there. Getting shot at from 2 different directions. If he went around the rock anymore, Collector was going to be able to just peek him and shoot him for free. So we knew he had to be a little bit careful. Sakura Zensen. Oh no, Blissey. Caught out by He-Man. Cram pops in the vehicle and starts to drive away. I don't blame him. Sakura Zensen, rough to play with. You only have one player there. Blissey is already knocked, and he's in a difficult spot to get the res on him quickly. So you back off to where the rest of your team is. You can regroup, maybe try and get his chip later if Sakura Zensen don't take it with them. Shane Doe up in the glider getting shot at now by the very team we were mentioning. They're getting a lot of damage onto that glider. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing is about to blow up. So I don't know what his plan is, but if the rest of Dots want Shane Doe to stay alive, they may have to try and send it forward wherever he says is free right now. As he does take a little bit more damage. He goes down. It looks like he's going to go for the containers over here. Pulls up, tries to stop it, and he stops it in a pretty good spot. Great flying there from Shane. And that spot is going to be absolutely phenomenal going into the next zone. Lands over here. All of the rest of Dots are able to make it over here cleanly. In a central position near Pest Control and Wuju too. 4 dogs a little bit to their northeast. Not too shabby for them. They have 3 vehicles up. If they need to rotate out of there, they absolutely can. I mean, keeping your vehicles up for rotations is super, super important. And it's exactly what Dots was able to do after the glider went down. Oh, Plushie takes a little bit of damage from Colt. So it looks like Skyline trying to make their way across, and Colt is really loving his Plushie right now. As Zuki Boy ends up knocking Knickknacker, as Knickknacker ran in front of him. It's an unfortunate team knock. They're able to get him up in plenty of time. I don't think Run It Down realizes that it's Skyline that they're fighting yet. Otherwise, they may have pushed a little bit harder onto that. That nade much too far to the right. You need to go to the left. There we go. That one's looking better. I don't think it was cooked for quite long enough, but it does a lot of damage to Zuki Boy. The second one goes a little bit too far because they push closer onto the ridge. As Supernova gets annihilated by Gooners there, Batty's nade from the grave is able to get the knock onto one. And now Wuju 2 gonna be fighting Gooners next. They have lost Seifu. And it looks like Skyline and Run It Down are still not completing their fight anytime soon. Run It Down can just kind of retreat a little bit into the safe zone, but Team Skyline gonna have to push right into their waiting arms. Little G took a lot of damage there. And Colt, he has a Groza, he has 3 gear. Now he has to try and get ready to push through this team. Would you believe Rezav is there to capitalize if they go around? Panda Dorito could get caught out to the left here in a second. Oh, here's the footsteps of Knickknacker. I don't think they've spotted him out yet, though. Shots go out. Knickknacker with an absolute beam onto Beleda. Blue Zone is going to get the knock onto him. He's second knock. So the res is going to have to come out relatively early. Zuki Boy takes a lot of damage from Panda Dorito. And the nade should come out. Should be good, but it goes a little bit too far to the left, it looked like. Yes. Doesn't really find any damage. Now it's going to be Rezav and Skyline fighting each other face to face with Run It Down shooting them in the back. Colt brought down low. The Blue Zone should be enough to take him down, but Nubsky with the mini is able to get the knock. Knickknacker going for the res. Yes, there goes Colt. Narcotica taking a little bit of damage. Zuki Boy just trying to go down to the rock below. If he drops down here, I don't really know where he can go. Red Rider has made it all the way around. Panda Dorito be trying to look. Is he actually going to push down these rocks? I would be surprised if he sent it down the rocks. I feel like he has a decent enough position up above. Goes for the knock. Oh, he falls down, and Zuki Boy able to get the knock. He's going for an energy drink. He's dead to the Blue Zone here. Zuki Boy just going for the wrong heal, going for the flush, and dies to the Blue Zone when he absolutely didn't have to. Complete misplay there by him, and now Kesno Beleda. Looks like they're going to hop in the Dacia. They don't want nothing to do with this anymore. They are out of here. But run it down. Doing what their name says, trying to run it down. Razab tried to drive away. They do make it away. They take a lot of damage. And now their vehicle going to be very vulnerable as they make it into the zone. As it looks like Sakura Zensen can be making their way over to Toto Bibbo. And damage is going out. Nades are being prepped. Wando. Can he find anything? That nade is not going to connect on anything. It was very well prepped, I will say. If he was trying to get it right over that ridgeline and someone was there, that was a perfect nade for that. Unfortunately for him, there was no one over there, and it looks like Skyline goes down. 2 train to go in the kill feed. 2 teams now out of the lobby. 45 players left alive. And Sakura Zensen are taking their time. Is Adam about to go down to the blue zone? Is the blue zone, like, not rendering in or something for people right now? Like, it is very much the second player that has gone down to the blue zone in a situation where they should not have gone down to the blue zone at all. Now we're going to hop over to Wuju too. No, we're going to hop back over to Sakura Zensen and Toy Bibbo. Janlo jumping out, going for the 6x spray. Does connect with a few shots onto Mika. He-Man is knocked right now. So it's down into a 2v2. Penta gets the flush onto Vibes, and that's a bolty from Ice right into the arm of Janlo. Wanda with the spray takes down Penta. And finally a team trying to put a stop to Sakura Zensen's reign. Can they do it? The res does come out onto He-Man, so Mika and He-Man going to be looking for the fight onto Kwanda. Shots do go out. It looks like Mika trying to pick up and carry Penta into a position where he'll be able to get the res as Kwanda goes down to the blue zone and He-Man picks up Janlo. Down goes Totoy Bibbo. And now Controller getting pressured by Dot. Shane Doe looking towards Train to Go as well. So Dot's still in a very central position, just looking around. They have an EMT that they can pick up if they start to take knocks. And just get reses onto their teammates as quickly as possible. So now it looks like Yahoo looking to take the fight over towards Razab. Beleda makes it out of there. Kesno is still along the tree. Punage just going to run straight forward, try and find him. Goes for the shots. Does hit one. Now it's Beleda from range, giving some covering fire. Punage does find the knock onto Kesno. Now the blue zone here. Punage going to hit a first aid to make sure that he's going to be able to make it into the zone. Mr. T is sneaking around in Yahoo's, I can see on our wonderful map feed right there. Mr. T just chilling in the compound in the middle of Yahoo. They clearly don't know about him, otherwise they would have dealt with him by this point. As Ice, if you had hit that headshot, that I would have been speechless. That would have been crazy. Oh, Mr. T. He struck. He got a knock and flush onto Bale Frost, and now it's the MK going out towards Mr. T, and it is Punage from behind as Sakura Zensen get eliminated by Duel in the kill feed. IQ, he's running the M4. He doesn't have a mutant this time. Karam goes down to TTG. So TTG up into 7th place with their kills so far. In this one, Joshy gets the knock onto Mafu. So TTG with 4 kills. Pest Control with 2. Joshy and Blissey trying to push over here. Should be able to get the flush onto Mafu here in just a second. There we go. But TTG are driving in front of them. They have a Panzer, and one of them takes a headshot from the Dragunov as they're driving. Trimble gonna have a very damaged helmet at this point, and TTG, they have a little bit farther that they have to make it into zone, and Blissey and Joshy gonna be rolling up right behind them, using the rock as best as they can. 1v2 for Blissey. He's going to be throwing these nades forward, but the return nades coming out. Don't find any damage. That one brings Cater down to about half. He goes for the shots. Now he's going to get shot in the side by Dots. He's surviving on 4 hit points. He really shouldn't be. Those shots from Dots should have been able to get the knock and finish onto Blissey. He hits the medkit. And now he's going to be peeking up and over again. Gets the knock onto Cater. Trimble trying to make it out of there. Takes a lot of shots. Doesn't go down. Straight towards 4 dogs. He's going to have to hop to the other side. Does he make it into the shack? Yes. 4 dogs weren't looking in his direction. It turned out great for him. Blissey going to be coming up on the backside of Dots. Question is, does he go for more knocks or does he go for the flush? He goes for the spray, gets taken down by Hot and Spicy. Pest Control eliminated in 8th place. Right now, our top 2 teams are down and out. Rezav in 3rd place is still up. The rest of our teams down towards the middle of our leaderboard. Yahoo prepping the blue zones, and it pops off of the Pico bus. Hot and Spicy, one of the players I'd want to get up right now, but Shinboy takes down Flanker. Valiate gets the trade onto Shinboy. Cherry Vibes gets Shane Doe, and Valiate to take down Dots. Yahoo up to 9 kills in match number 4 right now. They are looking good. We do have a few solos, so Train to Go, Collector, and Rezav, all only with 1 player left. And then you have 4 dogs, who are surviving as a 4-man inside the compound right now. Duel on the outskirts, the only other 4-man left alive. They have a little bit of work to do to get into the zone. They don't have the best cover, but they're using their vehicles to their advantage, and the small ridgelines that they do have are giving them just enough. So it looks like K-Mine spinning out because of his rear tire does get a little bit closer to the rest of his team. You have nades. Maybe try and slot a nade over towards Trimble. Finish off that player. You won't have to worry about him anymore. 4 Earth taking some damage from Blist while he was turned sideways, but 4 Earth does finish off Trimble. So that's a solo killing another Oh, Beleda gets taken down by Cherry Vibes, but he did get the knock onto K-Mine. Went for the nade, it looked like. Let's try and get the flush. Didn't come through. We're down to 4 teams. Vorpal ends up getting the flush onto K-Mine, so Duel's going to be down to 3. So we have a 4v3v3v1, and Yahoo has 10 kills so far in this match. So they are playing it well. IQ with the OM. 3 assists, only 220 damage. We'll have to see if the OM is going to allow him to get a couple more headshots, do some more damage. It's gotten a little bit quiet. 4 Earth gonna be pretty happy with that zone. He's in the very center. Yahoo, they can kind of take the hillside right above him. It's difficult to play because if you peek over, you're just going to have a bunch of people all staring at you. But at the same time, it does give you a little bit of height over the rest of the lobby. Poonage sneaking forward is spotted out by Blist. He's brought down low, does get knocked. And I don't know what play Poonage was going for there, but I feel like there was way too much view from 4Dogs for him to really go for it. Luckily enough, he did run back far enough, so he's going to be able to get res. But he almost got punished very harshly for trying to make a push that I don't think was necessary. 4Dogs in this next zone probably going to get pushed out of the compound. They have plenty of vehicles to work with. I imagine that 4Dogs play is to crash right onto where 4Earth is, maybe a little bit farther to the west, and play that ridgeline and set up your vehicles so Duel can't shoot you in the side. And then Duel and Yahoo would probably have to fight a little bit more, and 4Dogs can go up onto the high ground while Duel and Yahoo fights. That's the best case scenario for them. We'll see how 4Dogs decides to play it. They do know the player is there. I don't think any of the other teams are aware of it, but 4Dogs are probably the team that has to deal with it first. So it's a good thing that they're the team that knows he's there. As, yeah, Yahoo are playing over here. That ridgeline that they're looking towards is exactly where I think 4Dogs should go, because they can go right down below it, and they should be able to get some decent peeks onto it. And Ice, he does have a bolty. Unfortunately, he's trying to shoot at someone with a 3 helmet and an and that's not great for him. So 4Earth trying to keep 4Dogs off of this, and Vorpal has a micro Uzi, and they send just Vorpal over here. He throws the nade, and it's a perfect nade to get the knock onto 4Earth. He's going to push forward now and take this spot. And I think this is as far forward as you want to go. And now you take the rest of the ridge to the west, and you just try and push Yahoo into the members of Duel. Make the other two teams fight each other, and then just come over the hillside afterwards to finish them off. And I think that's the winning strategy for 4Dogs. Yahoo, they're in the toughest spot I think, because they all have to move. Duel doesn't really have to move. They are in on the very edge, and they have a ridgeline that they can work with. So it's really up to Yahoo to make a move onto someone. Get an opening knock somewhere, even if it's like util down onto 4Dogs, or a knock onto Duel. You need to do one of the two before this zone gets here, and then try and make a move off of that, but it doesn't look like they're able to. So they're going to be playing the top of the hillside, and the center dot is going to favor 4Dogs and Duel. IQ has moved over into the other dip, which should give him some open shots onto 4Dogs in a second. And it doesn't really look like Yahoo has a ton of offensive util to use over towards these players. So I think it's going to be a very, very difficult push for Yahoo. And I think they might not have to move before Duel, though. So if Duel starts taking down Yahoo... Oh, Wooly almost goes down. Lobe spotted. Cherry does a little bit of damage. But now Duel. They just gotta sneak forward. Poonage laying where he is could be the part that disrupts Duel's attacks. IQ with a nade onto Bliss. Lobes gets a knock onto Cherry Vibes, and all of a sudden, Duel in a position where they might be able to capitalize on some things. Ice was there. They weren't able to find anything. Nade still going out. Lobes does get the knock onto Lucid Freak. The Molotovs, the blue zones going out, doing even more damage. They get a flush. So now 4 dogs are down to 2. Yahoo still up as a 3-man. It's Poonage spot to take down IQ. Wooly takes down Shinboy from the side. Vorpal takes down Poonage. Wooly finishes off Yahoo. It's down into a 2v2. Vorpal and Ice up against Wooly and Lobes. Crawling forward, Wooly finds one. The shot's going out. And it's Lobes to find the other. Duel take away a first out of the hands of 4 dogs. 10 kills to go alongside it. So that's 10 points for placement and 10 kills. 20-point game for Duel. Yahoo picking up 15. 4 dogs had 10. TTG with 7. Gooners with 6. Collector and Pest Control with 5. Wu drew 2. And Team Razav with 4 to round out the top 8. And that is how we end match number 4, Duel, winning it in a very, very good fashion. Able to just get the kills they needed. They used the util, they saved it till the end, and they hit all the util and nades that they needed. So now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 5. All right, here we go. Match number 5. 5. We're on Miramar. Miramar is never match number 4 anymore. We'd have to go way back to the last time that we had a Miramar at match number 4. But in match number 4, we had Sakura Zensen get the least amount of points they've gotten so far today. They only got 3 or 4. So they're still below the 60-point mark. And still have a little bit of work to do. But teams that had a really good last match. Duel went up 9 places as Mafu takes down Nubsky. So we do have a little bit of a hot drop here in match number 5. Duel went up 9 spots. And they're in 3rd place right now with 30 points. Yahoo went up 6 spots, and they're in 5th place with 27 points. 4 Dogs went up 3 spots, and they're in 7th place. So 3 different teams that went up a decent little chunk. Now we have Cater trying to deal with Panda Dorito. He is prepping that nade. Held onto it for so long. Still not able to do a ton of damage and push from 2 different directions. Wasn't able to take him down. Honestly, maybe a better idea next time to throw the nade and just try and take that fight, because I feel like he played Ring Around the Rosie just for another player to show up. Now you have the rest of TTG over here. Oh, Panda Dorito on the correct side of that to make sure he doesn't take any damage from the nade. Now we see the M4, but Kesno with the MP5 to get the knock on to Mafu. So now, at it, it looks like retreating a little bit. Trying to find a different angle of attack. We grab something besides just an M16, but there's already a team that ran through this area. Mafu's going to get flushed out. Trimble going to come over here. Should be able to pick at it up, and they're going to continue their game as a 2-man. Back to our wonderful leaderboard. I run it down. Ended up dropping 5 spots. And they're down into 9th place now. Dots dropped 4 spots, so they're down into 11th. Supernova dropped 4, so they're down into 12th. So, I mean, very impressive from some of the teams so far, and with how much our leaderboard is swapping around game to game, it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow to see who actually ends up qualifying, because really the only teams that have set themselves up so far for tomorrow are Sakura Zensen, Gooners, and if Duel have a couple more good games, those are really the only 3 teams that are actually setting themselves up to just have another consistent day tomorrow, and they're good to go. Everyone else is still fighting to just get whatever points they can. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with we're having a lot of 20-point games for teams. There's not a lot of games that are happening right now where the winning team is getting 2 or 3 kills. Most of the time when the winning team is doing anything, they're getting 10, 15 kills to go alongside it. So it's high point games from the very top, and everyone else isn't really left with a lot. So it's going to be curious to see teams that I'm expecting to definitely at least turn it around tomorrow and really be contending for the spots is going to be Dots, Pest Control, and Mighty Gods, with how those 3 teams have performed so far in the round of 64 and the round of 32. A little bit surprised to see them so far down the leaderboard. Teams that I'm surprised by so far with how they have done: 4 Dogs and Collector. And Collector, they, after the first match, they have been kind of falling down the leaderboard a little bit. But 4 Dogs, after their last match, are going back up the leaderboard. So it's definitely interesting to maybe see those teams up there. In they're players that we know. Um, they're just teams that we haven't necessarily seen put together before. So the fact that they're doing well enough to be in the top 8 right now, I think is great for them. So if they end up deciding to stick together for future tournaments and stuff, we may see them just get better and better. I mean, really, if you see a team get top 8 in qualifiers and then you see that team stick together for a couple more tournaments, that's where you start to really see some consistency come through. And it can be very impressive once that consistency kind of sticks for some of the teams. As Rezav, I'm assuming, had a chip, and they blew up a vehicle, but that means they have 3 players in one vehicle, and I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. Oh, Henry caught out by Battle Axe on the rocks up here. Now shots go out, and honestly, if he had hit a couple more, he might have had static there too. He did hit at least one really great shot onto him. Wasn't able to follow it up with any more. So we are 7.5 minutes into this. We haven't lost any teams, but we are down to 60 players alive. Curious to see Miramar, often the one where players stay alive the longest, and Shane Doe with an M16, a gun that I feel like we used to see players avoid at all costs. Now, gonna be having some fun with it. As in the kill feed, we see Kite get a knock on Tamika. Totoi Bibbo with another knock onto Sakura Zensen. I feel like it's the team that's really done the most damage to Sakura Zensen so far in these past couple of matches. And maybe finally slowing them down a little bit. As Blissey was trying to get some shots out, Yahoo shoots him in the back as Kwanda does get his flush over there on Tamika. Sakura Zensen, 3 players up. As it's looking to be 59 alive around the 10-minute mark. We might see 1 or 2 more players fall. But it's not too bad for Miramar. Honestly, normally, you could definitely make it to 64 players up after Phase 1. Pretty easily. And unfortunately, we're just seeing some players get lost early, maybe some in rotation or caught out on some splits, and the teams are just capitalizing anytime they get a knock right now. So you got to be very, very careful. If you go down, it's just bad news for you right now, because the teams are absolutely unforgiving. Dots, 4-man crashing onto this Fort Earth does a lot of damage to Hut and Spicy, as Shane Doe is here, and yeah, Fort Earth unfortunately not going to be able to make it out of that position. Hut and Spicy, you might be able to take that vehicle away, as Dot's going to be happy to pick up an extra kill here. Gooners rotating around, and we hop over to pest control, shooting long range over towards the mighty gods. Mr. T takes a little bit of damage. He's just gonna dip down, get all healed up. And Cherry Vibes gets a knock onto Newbie. Balefrost, he has a shorty, and he's gonna get the knock onto Kin. So now it's Mr. T coming forward, shots coming out. And Mighty Gods just not finding the same performance they had yesterday. They looked phenomenal in the round of 32. Now, here in the round of 16, they are struggling just a little bit more. Haven't quite found their footing yet, but they have 7 more games to do it after this one. So by no means are they out of it, especially with how low the ceiling is currently. It's Hazel just waiting for Static to peek in the right spot. He had a little pixel peek right through that tree. It looks like Static doesn't want to stick around there. Maybe he does. I would have thought he wanted to hop in the vehicle, maybe go somewhere else. There we go. Down to the bike. Should drive out of that spot as Dot's looking to play more towards the edge of the zone, it seems like. I mean, I don't blame them. They had a little bit later of a rotate into the zone in the first place. So now they are just playing from compound to compound on the edge of the zone. They were already able to pick up 1 kill. They might be able to slowly pick up a couple of more if they play their cards right, and especially with Hut and Spicy playing the way he was in the round of 32, you might be able to see him just nail some of his sprays with the AUG. And if we see him come to form with that AUG again, I'm sure Dots are gonna shoot right up the leaderboard. Right now, we still haven't lost any teams. 13.5 minutes in. Sakura Zensen have a 1-1-1 split after losing Mika. And it doesn't seem like they want to consolidate it yet. Graveyard is still open in this zone, and it is very far to the north, so I can understand why some teams may not want to play it. It wouldn't be the most comfortable for players. But then you have Mighty Gods trying to do a little bit of damage, trying to get some kills. Because if they can get their guns under them, get a couple of kills, maybe they can then start to turn that into more. K-Mine gets a knock onto Plushie. And Duel trying to look all around them. As it looks like Gooner is just going to crash onto Yahoo. Shinboy gets a knock onto Greg Shop. Bunt goes down to Poonage. And now you have Matt and Icy Flex. The Molotov shot out of the air. Icy Flex gets the knock onto Shinboy. Poonage gonna start moving forward. That Molotov should get the knock onto Matt. Almost gets squished there is Poonage. Icy Flex, the last one left, going for the shot. Poonage with the shorty to take him down. Gooners, the first team gone in match number 5. Now Dots pulling up towards Mighty Gods. Eddie going for the shots, and it's a Panzer to take down Flanker. Definitely not how he wanted to go down. I'm sure he's not too happy about going down to a Panzer, just driving by some players. Nade from Valiant Shando, not aware. Valiant just gonna try and go for the heal. Another nade goes out from Trimbo. And Trimble finds a second. It is falling apart from Dots. Hut and Spicy, the last player left. Is he actually going to try and go forward? He has no offensive util. And Dots just falling apart right there. That is not what you want to happen. Big Sag there for Dots. Now it just all slows down. Teams crashed, and now it's going to happen all over again. So Phase 4 is going to start. We're going to see some teams start to move. Some teams try and crash onto other spots. As I saw collectors on a mortar, I did not hear them shoot anything out. But I want to see it happen. Where did I put these? There we go. Gosh. And, ooh, Wuju 2 pulling up on the backside of Sakura's Zensen. Sneak attack takes a lot of damage. Penta not able to find the knock, tries to throw the nade forward, does find Lucid. So he's going to get the knock onto one. The nade from Adam gets the knock onto Seifu. He-Man pushes over here. Sneak attack goes down. Wuju 2 down to a single player remaining. Penta has a Panzer for when Enzito comes over here. Nade getting prepped. Nade getting thrown. It's not going to get anywhere near him. 48 damage from the Panzer, and now He-Man with the nade takes down Enzito. Wuju 2 annihilated by Sakura Zensen. Now you have Yaho, who's going to have to try and push in to run it down, but Balefrost goes down to Narcotica. Shinboy gets the knock on to Narco. Eddie getting the knock onto Shinboy. Poonage trying to get the nade over here towards Tastu. Doesn't find anything. Oh, this Birdham's so close to dead. And the nade gonna be able to finish it off. Another nade goes forward, and Birdham sliding down. And the nade from Little G takes care of Poonage. Down goes Yahoo. Pest Control. Joshi trying to deal with Collector. Dreams the last one. The nade goes forward. The shots come out. Joshi takes him down. Collector goes down in 13th place. Joshi probably going to be short to follow if any players spot him out. IQ. He does have the mutant in his hand, so close range fights, he's going to just be spraying that duel. Kind of going forward out in the open here. K-Mind. Don't know what his plan is. Shots coming from IQ. Does a lot of damage onto Mr. T. Isn't able to find the knock, though. Run it down. Still a 4-man. Should be pushing over onto Mighty God's position here in a second. Eddie takes some damage. Brought down to half. And it's a mortar from Penta to get the knock onto Tastu. K-Mine gets the knock onto Eddie. Blue zone over onto this position. More mortars fired. Oh, K-Mine takes down Mr. T. That mortar doesn't find anything. A little bit farther. They needed to go even farther and to the right. But they just kind of circled right around that. That one was so good. Joshy ends up getting the kill steal onto Taystu. So even after the mortar lands, Joshy ends up picking up the kill. Sakura is at 61 points now. I'd say 4 more and they are confirmed through these qualifiers. So they've played it very well. Put themselves in a wonderful spot. Bliss with the Lynx. Gets a headshot onto Colt. Joshy making it over here. He is picking up the scraps on players. Gets the flush onto one. Gets the kill steal onto the other. 2 more points for Joshy. 5 kills. And he is putting in the work for pest control right now. Bringing them up to 7 kills in this match. Skyline. They only have 1 kill so far, 6 points total. Throw the nade over towards Joshy. Aren't able to find anything. Nick Knacker gonna be the one trying to hold the line. When does Joshy come over? Joshy, he finds Nick Knacker. Can he find Red Rider? It's down into a 1v1. Red Rider prepping the nade, throwing it up and over. Does it connect? It does so much damage. Joshy just gonna have to try and push forward. Tries to get the spray onto Nick Knacker and at it. Shuts him down. Pest control go out in 10th. Red Rider gonna be able to throw down some smokes. Get the res onto his teammate. As Run It Down goes down in 9th place to Duel, who have lost Wooly, but they still have K-Mind, IQ, and Lobes up. They got to push through the open field, but then they have the hillsides to work with. Plenty of dips in there, as dots have gone out. Don't know when it happened, but it did. Trimble gets a shot into the side of Bliss, who is carrying a Panzer and an M4. Oh, Dragunov. Bliss didn't seem to want to take part in that. Trying to take a peek at the map. Maybe see where his team can go. Rezav, they gotta go forward. Drop down into 5th place. One of their players did come back through the res station. I don't know if it was Beleda or Nubsky. But Janlo makes his way forward. They're gonna have a shack to work with. Sakura Zensen have an actual compound to work with. Beleda goes down to Vibes. Skyline goes down to the members of Duel. And we're seeing teams slowly fall one after another. Beleda gets flushed out by Vibes. Totoy Bibbo, 2 kills, up to 5 points. Supernova is still alive as a solo. Kev surviving, definitely not thriving right now. It's the M4 taps from Bliss towards Trimble. He does end up hitting a headshot. Adit has pushed a lot closer. Kev probably seconds away from getting spotted out by Bliss there before he went back. Adit takes some damage from that nade. One more from Ice should be able to get the knock, and Lucid Freak sends one forward as well, and there we go. Ice does get the knock. So now Trimble gonna be the last one left for TTG. Shots going out. Still not connecting yet. He-Man finds a knock onto Janlo. As 4 dogs slowly move forward. Bliss throws the nade. Gets the flush onto Adit. Goes for the spray and takes down Trimble. 6 teams remain. Nubsky just crawling forward. As Kev, he's still alive. Nobody really putting any pressure onto him. In on the edge of zone, but Duel going to be wanting probably that exact position. I don't really imagine Duel has too much else to play. Totoi, Bibbo going forward. They don't stop on the shack. They're going for a dip further forward, but this is just going to put them right in front of 4 dogs, right in the middle of them. So 4 dogs, if they have any util left, should be able to chuck a couple of nades over the top here. K-Mine sending it forward. He makes it to a rock. And it doesn't look like Kev taking any shots over here. So most of the players focused on things besides that K-Mine. You gotta move. That's gonna pop, and you are gonna go down to it. Yep. Tried to warn him. That was not gonna be the play. IQ. It looks like Lobes both hopping in. No, IQ staying as Lobes sends his way forward. Quickly starts getting shot at. Blist gets the knock onto Lobes, and now IQ, the last player left over here, not really able to do anything. They're just chilling next to each other, asking what's up, hey, how you doing? Sakura Zenson, they're starting their death ball push up over towards 4 dogs. Adam able to find Vorpal in the back, takes him down, gets the flush. That's another point for Sakura Zenson. 8 kills so far in this match. More nades and util flying forward over towards Kite. The truck gonna blow up here in a second. Does a backflip. Kite wasn't spotted out there by He-Man. Now he was. And there we go, but Kite has a P90, gets the knock, should be able to get the flush. Doesn't get the flush. Now Adam getting shot at by Quando. As Adam does take down Kite now. Quando goes down to Lucid Freak. Nubsky, IQ. Both players still alive, so 2 solos. And then you have Duel. So Duel, Rezav both up as solos. Sakura Zenson and 4 dogs up as 3-mans. Sakura Zenson, they really don't need any more points, but they are just putting on point after point after point. Nubsky out in the field, gonna have to crawl forward and at some point cross the road, which is when he's not gonna have any cover. IQ, his position is known. But if Sakura Zenson causes enough trouble, these 2 teams could get enough knocks where Nubsky and IQ can actually make a move off of it. Nubsky spotted out. He-Man takes him down. IQ, the last remaining solo. Both teams looks like they want to deal with the solos before they deal with the other players. IQ spotted out. Sakura Zenson picks him up. 3v3. Sakura Zenson versus 4 dogs. We see Lucid Freak hits a headshot onto Penta. Doesn't follow it up with anything more. No offensive util. Doesn't look like on either team. No, one nade for Adam. He throws it forward. That could do a lot. Does get the knock onto Lucid. And now it's a 3v2 stuns going overhead. Sakura Zensen most likely going to push off of this. Not going to allow enough time for the res onto Lucid. His stuns galore coming up and over the top. Now they spot out one Bliss. Good shots onto He-Man. As Ice gets the knock onto Hyman. He-Man does get the flush as well. Bliss trying to go forward. Adam takes him down. Ice going to be the last one left. Shots come out. And Sakura Zensen with 15 kills and another chicken dinner. I mean, crazy from them. 25 points. First place, 4 dogs in duel. Tie for second place, 12 points apiece. Rezav, Pest Control, both getting 7. Train to Go, Yahoo, both getting 5. And Toto Bibbo with 5 points, rounding out our top 8. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 6, the final match of today. All right. We are on to final match. Sakura Zensen. 81 points. Kind of crazy. Kind of cracked. They use a Panzer over towards the members of Skyline, so they do a little bit of damage. 94 for Adam off of that. And is... Alright, I don't think they got a gun out of this. So they set up a mortar. And Adam's gonna get the knock onto Zuki Boy. Colt still in the building. Still doesn't have a gun. And Colt just takes himself down with the mortar. A little bit unfortunate there that they didn't get a single gun. Because then they couldn't even try and fight. And that's going to be 2 more kills for Sakura Zensen because they so badly needed the kills. So, Sakura Zensen, 83 points. Yeah, they have successfully made it through the qualifiers. No doubt in my mind. So the question is, Duel in second place is at 42 points right now. So they are pretty on their way to making it up into the next round. Obviously, they do need a little bit more work if they go out and get 0 points here for the next matches. It's not going to turn out well for them. As we're having a long-range AK tap fire fight, He-Man has 3 bullets. Nick Knacker gets the knock onto him. And Adam is upside down. Oh, wait, now we're right side up. Penta gets the knock onto Nick Knacker. And gets Red Rider right afterwards. And Skyline's down and out. 16th place for the 16th place team. He-Man is going to get rezzed. And now we take a look at our zone. We're going up towards the north. Mighty Gods, 4 Dogs, Yahoo all look to be in great spots. Toto Bibbo, Duel, Gooners, Controllers, and Pest Control all already on their rotates. So they should all get relatively good spots. We'll have to see how it all plays out. If we see any crazy Game 6 shenanigans happening, or if they're going to save that all for tomorrow. Because there's still a lot to be played for right now in this. I mean, what? 3rd place down to 8th place is a 10-point difference. 8th place down to 13th place is a 7-point difference, and Yahoo is just pulling up on 4 Dogs. One player already found ice, the next to fall, so Blist and Vorpal just trying to get out of there as Yahoo makes their way through. They get the flush onto ice. They're not going to worry about his chip. It's in a difficult spot to grab anyways. Blist going to be barely surviving. Makes it into the cigar building. Now he has to worry about Controller. Rolling up on him. Collector, not Controller. Controller was a player that played for Tilt Town at one point. Collector is the team. So now we just wait and see. Team Razav currently in 4th place, 35 points. If they can get up to 40 points, they're going to put themselves in a good position. Really, again, 40 points if you're at or around 40 to 50 points after day 1. You just need 1 or 2 good matches in day number 2, and you're in a relatively good spot to make it through the qualifiers. if you're not up to that 40 to 50 points at the end of today, you're going to need to play well tomorrow if you want to qualify. And Skyline having 7 points, they are going to need to have a Sakura Zensen day. That's what it comes down to. They need to play like Sakura Zensen tomorrow if they want to qualify. Gooners, I feel like we've seen them try and pull this off before, and I don't think it worked out for them. They kind of set up to ambush the team that comes up here as soon as they kind of flex out a little bit too far. But they don't have a lot of backup plans. So it just kind of is what it is situation. So if it doesn't work out for them, it doesn't work out. If it does work out, it works out. Hooray! Wuju 2, they're making their rotate. They had their one really good match where they won, they got 10 kills, and now they're in 10th place. So unfortunately, that's really not what you want. You want more consistency. You want to get a few points here and there every single match, and you want to make sure that it's 5, 6, 7 points to really make sure that you're staying towards the top of the leaderboard, or even at least a fighting chance closer to the top of the leaderboard. As Four Dogs, looks like they're gonna play from the cigar bar building at this point. Yahoo, they lose a vehicle, they lose one of their doorways. Shinboy is like, what is that noise? But I believe it was just his blown up vehicle sliding a little bit, making a little bit of screeching noises. Gooners, they tried to catch out Pano Dorito. They weren't able to. Nubsky takes a couple of headshots from the VSS. And now Gooners are just on the hillside without any vehicles. They weren't able to successfully ambush Razav. They have to get out of here so they don't get U-tilled. And they're just going to get shot at running down the hill by anyone that can see them. Matt, you just need to make it down the hillside. Bunt barely survives making it down. Matt survives a little bit better making it down into the buildings. Now it's Greg Shot and Icy Flex on their way down. Greg Shot taking a lot of damage, and down he goes. Will he be able to get flush? Oh. Hi, kitty. The Sandstorm given a little bit of cover, and wow, none of the teams were ready for that. Dots, who are already in their vehicles, may be able to turn around. Train to go, going to be in a great spot for that. Razav it happens to be in probably the best spot possible for that zone shift. Yeah, they might have been towards the edge before, but now they're going to be right towards the center. Pest Control going to be trying to make it right down Main Street. They're going to go up towards the top of San Martin. My cat decided to lay down right behind my chair and wants attention. That's not going to work. Selector shooting at Yahoo and Four Dogs as they are both rotating, and they're rotating right down into the other two-man of Collector. Shinboy takes a lot of damage, doesn't go down. Nade goes into the shack right where Shinboy went, and Shinboy goes down to Psycho's nade. The blue zone goes out. Cherry Vibes pulling up on the other side of the road. Poonage just trying to survive through the blue zone right now. As SLR getting shot towards Cherry Vibes. Now Poonage throws forward a blue zone of his own. The stun goes forward, stalls for a little bit of time. Shots can't come out onto 4 Earth because they just don't have the angle on the other side of the road. So smoke's gonna start to go down. Shinboy gonna want to get rezzed. Collector really not pushing that hard right now. And it looks like they are actually just gonna back off of this. So they had a player knocked, and instead of trying to push the matter in a 2v1, they are just going to back off. As Balefrost hits a good couple of shots onto Dreams, and he dips into cover to heal up real quick. Nothing too crazy happening. Collector. They had a good first match. They got good zone, and they were able to capitalize off of it. They got the kills they needed. But now they're in a situation where they haven't really been able to have a good day ever since. And this is a game where they can try and turn it around. If they can get a few kills here, then they can still get up to 30, 40 points here. And be in a good position going into tomorrow. However, if they don't do that and they end today on 27 points, then they're going to have a lot more work than they probably want to do tomorrow. As Sakura Zensen going right next to 4 dogs. Oh, Vorpal just gets run over by Mika. The pre-nade, and Mika takes a little bit of damage. Blissed up above. Now Duel. Oh, and Zito spots out the potential that this crash is not going to work out. And backs off, is able to save his own life because of it. Now you're going to see Wuju 2 try and figure out where they can go. And if they just sneak in front of Duel, they can actually get to the shanties right in front of them for free. But it looks like the rotation is going to be going up the hillside. And through the blue zone. Not an awful idea. Try and stay alive. And fight another day. Maybe get a third party in on someone at some point. Because their current way into zone was not great. They didn't really have any info. They didn't have any actual spot that they were planning to crash or anything. And now they have 1 minute and 40 seconds before zone really starts chunking them and doing more damage to where they don't want to be in blue zone anymore. Gooners, it looks like Gregshot was knocked again, but he is going to get res. And now Kesno going to pop a couple of tires. Mika runs over Penta. So far, we haven't seen anyone running over their teammate and it being a detrimental situation because of it. Dots have like a 2-1-1 going right now, with Valley H sneaking his way up the hillside. And it's fine. Oh. Sakura Zensen, you ran over a player on 4 dogs, and it was only a knock, and you're not clearing the shack. And I kind of question that. Not that it matters, because you can kind of do whatever you want at this point. but it just surprises me. Mighty Gods were able to get the res onto their teammate. Wuju 2 pulling up on this. Seifu finds Static. Henry finds one. Kev finds another. As Sneak Attack finds Batty. Trades going both ways. It's into a 2v2. Lucid finds Kev. Henry the last one, and he goes down to Tay Stew. Now you have the reses that need to come out for Wuju 2. Before they try and rotate into the next zone. Luckily, not a super far rotate. Dots want to definitely crash onto the 2-man that is inside of zone. Lucid and Zito just got to get out of here at this point. I think that's what Wuju 2 needs. They do pick up 3 points before they go down. So that's good, but now they have to try and continue to rotate into the zone. Dots really need to try and get over here early. Sakura Zensing going to be pulling up against to run it down. The shots coming through. Mika finds one, finds the second. And down goes Run It Down. Sakura Zensen 8 kills in this match, and now they're staring at Wuju 2 to try and potentially get even more. Wuju 2 sending it right down onto Dots. Flanker finds one, and number 2. And there we go. Dots picking up a couple of kills here. Up to 24 points. And they have a spot inside this zone. Meanwhile, Sakura Zensen going to be potentially keeping other people out. Trained to go down to a 2-man. They're going to be throwing some nades down into the bowl. Trimble finds a double. Pest Control out in 12th. Now you have Razav. Gonna try and hold out TTG. Trimble. Footsteps gonna be heard. Beleda and Nubsky with the crossfire. Nubsky backs off a little bit. So it's going to be on to Trimble to try and find the shots. He does get the knock onto one. Gets him brought down to about half. The flush should come out with that blue zone. We have another fight going down. Over here, Newbie goes down to Psycho. Mr. T already eliminated. Kin throws the nade forward, does a little bit of damage on 4 Earth, doesn't find anything else yet. Eddie just now rolling up into this. Does spot out the feet of 4 Earth. Now is going to go forward. Eddie finds the knock onto 4 Earth. Does get the flush, doesn't get traded out. Collector going to be down to a 2-man. Nade goes to the room where Psycho went, and Psycho goes down to the nade from Eddie. From behind, Hazel able to find the knock onto 1 before getting traded out by Eddie. It's a 1v2 right now. Turn into a 1v3 if he doesn't get down here and try and take it. Hazel does get flushed out. Dreams took a little bit too long, so this is going to turn into a 1v3. Newbie coming around the corner a little bit late. He continues to try and chase. Just can't find Dreams. Dreams all the way around. Eddie does find the kill onto him. 4 kills for Mighty Gods. Now we hop over to another fight. Gooners versus Razav. So Gooners weren't able to take this area originally, but now they're going to fight again against Razav. Bunt does get eliminated, so it's going to be a 2v3. They were able to take down Kesno. Couple of smokes come out. Nade getting prepped by Matt. And Gooners do have the spot to hold Razav out, but it looks like Razav just going to retreat. to the hillside. Unfortunately, when they go to that hillside, they're going to end up running into Yahoo eventually. As, oh, Beleda is spotted out, making the retreat. So it's not going to be a surprise to Gooners anymore where they win. However, it might end up surprising Yahoo when a team suddenly comes along their ridge side. As Nubsky gets a knock onto Balefrost. Looks like Cherry Vibes just gonna hop in the vehicle and get out of there. Versus back down the hillside, even though probably could have just taken the time to turn around. Dot's gonna be working the western side of the hill. And now Sakura Zenson and Duel taking long-range shots. I mean, it's ridiculous. Sakura Zenson currently at 89 points, looking to get over 90 points in day one, possibly even move up towards getting 100 in a single day if they can get a win and at least another kill. Adam goes down to IQ with the M24. Some more nades continue to get traded. Lobes goes down to He-Man. And unfortunately, the rest of the nades not going far enough. From the other side, Hut and Spicy gets the knock onto one. Valiate gets the knock onto the other, but it's Kin from the side that gets the knock onto Valiate. Shane Doe does get a flush. IQ steals the kill away onto He-Man. And now Shinboy from behind gets the knock onto K-Mine. Poonage walks around the corner to take down IQ. Wooly and Lobes, what can they do? They're running forward. They take down one. They find the shots onto Adam. Wooly finds them both. Sakura Zenson eliminated in 9th place. So now Duel gonna turn around and they're just gonna smoke towards their teammate. Trying to get the flush. Lobes, unfortunately, taps K-Mine there as Yahoo are down to just a solo. Shinboy gets the flush onto Poonage. IQ. A little bit low on health. There we go. Lobes just gonna go for the res. Dots, 3 kills. 4 up. 7 teams remain, only 16 alive. If Dots just play it slow, don't overextend. Kin goes down for Mighty Gods in 7th place. Have Addit and Trimble on this edges zone, still have to make it in. I was thinking they might be grabbing the truck real quick to try and drive the rest of the way in, but it doesn't look like it. So now Trimble gonna prep the nade, gonna throw it forward. I think he's gonna throw that a little bit too far. Lands between them. Shane Doe does spot him out, but Trimble gets a double headshot from down below. Flanker gets the knock onto one, double headshot onto Addit to finish off TTG. And he's up to 4 kills. Shane Doe did end up getting flushed out. Valiate VSS in hand. Did spot out Lobes, but Lobes have definitely, because I can word. Oh, Wooly from the side takes down Valiate. And now, it's going to be shots being traded between Hut and Spicy and him. Flanker with a little bit of covering fire. Dots have lost 2. Duel trying to go down below. They get the flush onto Valiate. And Bliss has just survived this whole time in the shack. He hasn't moved. No one's checked the shack. No one's tried to deal with the shack. At one point, Sakura Zenson were all around the shack. Crazy that nothing happened with it, and now it looks like Rezav may be fighting Duel. Yahoo down to a solo. He still has to make it into the zone. Flanker and Hut and Spicy just backing off. Looks like they might actually push towards the other edge of the zone for a second. Couple of Molotovs onto Bliss wouldn't be too bad. I mean, I would throw a Molotov in there just in case. You know? What's the worst that's going to happen? You have 2 Molotovs. You may get a kill if you throw it in there, or you may get backstabbed if you don't throw it in there. Please, throw the Molotov in there. For the love of anything. Flanker still trying to take shots over towards Wooly. And I don't think anyone's ever going to clear this shack. I think Bliss will forever live on in bliss. Now Cherry Vibe's trying to sneak forward, but Beleta is probably going to hear him. Pana Dorito spots him out. We're down to our top 4. Dots, 4 dogs, Razav, Duel. Hot and Spicy still has 2 Molotovs that he could cook Bliss with. Make him very hot. Make me less spicy about it. Oh my god, please someone clear the shack. See, Dots need to play for the shack right here. Flanker is the one with the Molotovs. Please throw the Molotovs, at least one of them, into the shack. And then go try and take the shack. Pre-fire from Pana Dorito trying to predict where Lobes is going to put his head. As Razav Duel both not in this next zone. And I think they need to deal with each other before they move forward into it. As emergency cover coming out beyond the shack. Oh, Nubsky might end up clearing the shack first. Flanker. Please use your Molotov. You finally use it. There is a person in here. You hear them. How did that go outside the shack? What? Why did that Molotov spread outside the shack? And Duel getting a lot of shots onto this. Hot and Spicy goes down to Bliss. I'm still confused how Flanker ended up going down to his own Molotov. That confused me. That doesn't make any sense. But unfortunately, Dots go down in 4th place because of it. And Duel were able to pick up quite a few of the points, and now they just need to take care of Razav. And Bliss's Lobes ends up knocking Wooly with the emergency cover. Razav, this is their opportunity to push on to this. They're going to throw a Molotov. Did it land good? No. Yes? No. It went a little bit too far, so it did some damage to IQ when he ran out of it. That's a good nade from Lobes. Unfortunately, lands on just the wrong side of the rock. And now so many Molotovs come forward, but they're on the wrong side of the rock, just like the nade was. So this is a 3v3, and I think Bliss is just going to end up being able to capitalize off of it once these two teams start fighting even more. So the shots into the dip. Panadorito takes a lot of damage from the blue zone. We have two very blind players. And Nubsky goes down to Bliss, who's going to sneak forward. IQ with the nade. Gets a double onto Rezav. Now it's a 3v1. What can Bliss do? Peeking one side of the smoke, completely stunned from the other. Doesn't see anything. He is just chilling behind that shield, and he goes down to the blue zone. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 4 duel, 11 kills, and the dub. And, I mean, Duel did what they needed to, and they got 21 points. Great last match from them there. Rezav got 12 points. Dots with 9. 4Dogs with 8. Along with Yahoo, Sakura Zensen, and then you have Train to Go and Mighty Gods, both with 6 to round out our top 8. It should be just a second, and we'll see an updated leaderboard and see where everyone is. Obviously, we know Sakura Zensen currently residing in first place. So then the question is, where is Duel? They should be in second place by a good little chunk. And who is currently in third? Is it Rezav? Is it 4Dogs? Dots and Yahoo have a decent game. Where do they end up? And here are our answers. So Sakura Zensen, first place, 89 points. Duel in second place with 63. Team Rezav in third with 47. 4Dogs in fourth with 45. Yahoo is in fifth place with 41. Gooners in sixth place with 36. Train to Go in seventh place with 34. Rounding out our top 8, we have Dots with 31. Teams I'm expecting to see do better tomorrow. Wuju 2, Pest Control, and Mighty Gods. They had wonderful round of 64 and round of 32, so let's see them bring that back here tomorrow for matches 7 through 12. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. I'm going to go to bed now. Everyone else who's going to bed, have a wonderful night. Whoever is staying up, playing games, doing whatever, have a great time doing that.